Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm sorry for being mega late today. I suddenly had a heckin' terrible headache, and I was like, ooh, I don't know if I can do this, right? So that's why I've been sitting here and thinking that if I want to do this or not. But before anything though, hi Chip, hi Jameson, hi Lexi. I'm here for long. I just wanted to say it's all good. I'm just glad you can stop by. And hi Breaky. Oh my god. So been long so from us hard to wild. So it's really a surprise that I picked the timing focus place when I already had a track record for doing so. I guess. I talked to you about rover and die. No fishing? Yeah. Because I feel like I already 100% all the thing there, and then the rest of the things just like more fishing, so I figure I probably just gonna do the off stream, get the rest of the money and buy that luxury speedboat in the last round. So yeah. And Lexi, yeah, I don't think I heard about you talking about roll and die. I should be worried, right? But yeah, no fishing. I also already had my meds, right? I already ate Panadol, so hopefully the headache won't last for too long. Yeah, and also another piece of good news would be this morning. I'm surprised though, right? This morning the metal recycler. Yeah, the recycler came today and took almost all the metal from the storage. You know, the spare parts that's been there for like about 3 years now. About, I would say 2 years more, right? But about. And I think it's finally done, right? All the metals are gone. It's been sold as useless metal now, so of course it's a huge like liability, but at least they're gone, and now we can just sort of like clean up the place, and maybe you can use the space for something else. Like my sister wants to teach piano or like do a tuition center, do a small tuition there. I don't know, right? It's the possibility, right? Possibilities. If you didn't remember, I didn't tell you. I don't think I talked to you about that. Or best way not to and all that. Yeah, but you dropped that, and I cannot help but feel worried because roll over and die. Also, hi Static, hi Zeus. Why not eat the metal? I would, but I won't. I'm supposed to sell them. I've been told not to eat them. So sometimes you're just gonna refrain not eating them, I guess. For money. We're exchanging shiny for shiny. Oh, morning people. Right. Literally 1984. Not too sure what that's referencing to. So Fear and Hunger was a Yuri anime / kicked off the Heroes Party anime. What's Yuri? I don't think Yuri is a name, right? I think I heard of Fear and Hunger being like a game on Steam that's rough. I heard anyway. Yuri equals GL? Oh no. Okay, my knowledge of GL is Gunlands. Like, you know, your GL, LS, SNS, GS. Lesbian? Oh, lesbian? Oh, Yuri is lesbian? Oh no, that's I didn't know about that, but hey, learn new things every day, I guess. Well, I honestly wanted to play something else today. I kind of want to play something that's like not as actiony, not as visually bombastic, you know what I mean? But I'm not too sure what to play, to be honest. So here I am. Right, my Switch is downstairs. I actually would play Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate, but my Switch is downstairs. My sister wants to play it, so. Old English term based on a Japanese term? Huh. Yuri is a name, but in Japanese the word that would be translated as Yuri is yaoi, but wrong. Yaoi? Still don't know what that is. I feel like... Okay, it doesn't help that my head hurts a lot right now, and then trying to think about these. It's kinda hard. It's kinda hard. I don't think my brain works now. Dead Kobo noises. Oh, if only Rat Coin is like out. There's only demo for Rat Coin. Oh, I can't wait to play more of the game. The full game comes out in March 31st. Wait, they have announced what? Oh my god! I just realized they have a time for release now. Oh, release date is 31st March. Oh, that's soon. Hi, Jokey. Omega Tekken. Yuri and Yaoi are both mostly English use terms. Yuri is lesbian, right? If I remember correctly, Japan uses Geo and BL for girls' love and boys' love instead of Yuri and Yaoi. Yuri is the name for content with woman on woman relationship. Yaoi is male on male relationship. Oh, so they don't use the term gay and lesbian then? I guess that's fair. I mean, Japanese has always been special, so that makes sense actually. It's just weird, but it's also like hard for me to understand these kind of things since God damn it, it doesn't help that my brain, my head hurts so bad. I just hope my Panadol is gonna work soon. They're Japanese, so they wouldn't use the English words. I guess they don't, even though sometimes they still do. These terms are mostly in reference to media. Media? So they won't be used anywhere else other than like videos, pictures, content in general, if that's what that means? So specific. Yeah, that's the thing that I'm trying to like mention. But then again, the English is like based on the spoken English is usually not like spoken English, but it's like they use hiragana or katakana to build into a similar sounding English word, which is kind of funny to be honest. But that's why their English sounds very passionate sometimes when they, you know, especially in like anime or shows or like what's the comedy show again? I don't remember, but yeah, whenever they shout English, they shout in English. It's always funny. I like it. I'm just gonna play Halo. My head hurts. Fuck. Yeah, it also like because of this, I was thinking of like maybe I should take a day off because I'm not feeling the best today. But I'll just play a game. It's fine. I mean, it's just playing ODST it should be fine. Maybe it's because I'm not fishing, that's why my head hurts. I'm joking, I don't know. Hi Bretak. Hi Draken. Where's the game? Oh, I found it, okay. Hello. Look at this hello. I only have one game, right? I'm actually kinda curious how big this game is. So the game is like 34 gigabytes and then plus 6 gigabytes in-game, question mark? This game weird. I'm just gonna open a Halo. No thinking. No brain. No brain usage. I was kind of thinking. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh my god, I forgot how loud that is. Please don't break. Oh, thank goodness they didn't break. Every time I need to log into this game, it's like a gamble. Because last time it broke and then I have to like not play the game and then until I end the stream and then I can like fix this issue by going to like the place, I don't know, but to delete a lot of like the Xbox Live thing or like the Xbox things, initials? No, they're not initials. I don't know what they are, but I deleted a lot of them and I have to restart the PC and then I can re-log into this game and then and then the game works again. It's a lot of work. I hate it. I'm glad it doesn't happen anymore, right? Only happened once and once is more than enough actually. I don't want too many of that weird stuff. Anyway, we were halfway through ODST. Actually, we are not halfway through ODST. We still have quite a bit of 6 more campaigns, I think. Something like that. Resume. We were trying to find a lot of that audio recording as well, so... But over this time, traumatized by the latest episode of Rover and Die. So... when you first came in with talking about Rover and Die, it's an episode? Wait, latest episode. I'll stop thinking about it. My head really hurts. Don't forget to pick up the spicy shiny. Yeah, I miss looking at the spicy shiny and then eat it. I need to remember how to play this game again. 1, right? Okay, 1 to change gun. How is no ammo on this? 2 is switch. Okay, switch need. 4 is night vision. I like night vision. I need to make my monitor brighter. A question though, do you guys usually put your monitor brightness at like the lowest or middle or highest? Because to me personally, I don't want to hurt my eyes, so I always have my monitor on the lowest brightness possible, so that, you know, I can stare at the monitor for a longer period of time. I miss the mongoose. It's up and down, right? No. Missed the intro, but Kobo is doing okay. Head hurts quite a lot, sadly, but I'm doing pretty okay other than that. That should be true here, stupid. Oh my god, there's only so many things. What? There's invisible enemies? Ooh, there's only a lot of enemies here. Come on, you got this. I pressed the wrong thing. I'm just gonna do this. Why not? What is that? Did you do that? Why are there so many unexplained explosions going on? Just headaches or something on your mind? No, I think this time it's actually just headache. Just a terrible one, actually. I don't know what happened. But I feel like I should be glad that it feels like it's just a normal headache. It's like nothing too severe or too much that's happening. Yeah, that's happening. No, hi Evie. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I'll be fine, I think. I was actually thinking of like, kind of... I was also thinking of like, kind of taking a day off. I know it's gonna be for me to do that, but since I'm not feeling really like good. But at the same time, I kind of want to like stream as well, because I feel like even if I were to like not stream, I feel like I wouldn't recover from this headache anytime soon. I feel like, question mark. It's a little bit of weird, like a weird of I don't know what to do. What's happening? That's happening. Get fucked. Yeah, I hope it'll be better soon as well. Oh, is this a dead end? I mean, if that's route closed, then it must have been a dead end. Why did I get to the blue side now? It's a ghost, right? Or it's already broken. I like how sparky this one is. Looks like it's gonna break anytime soon. Heckin' beeper? I know, right? It's kind of funny how you cannot just like open up the door while while being on my vehicle. It should be somewhere here. Oh yeah, it's that thing, I remember. Okay, there we go. Cutscene. Cutscene.
Can you take us there?
Affirmative.
All right. Meet you up top.
It's Dutch again. I love Dutch. Is it Dutch? In 3 hours after drop? Right.
Clear?
Yeah, we're good.
Hey, rookie, you out there? Respond, that's an order.
Give it up, Gunny. Even if he ain't dead, he's lost in that soup. Our comms can't cut through that.
I'll give up, huh? What if it were you down there?
Just saying. I ain't dead.
You're a piece of work, Romeo.
Welcome aboard, ladies. First stop anywhere but here.
Mickey?
Banshees, on your 6! Hit the deck!
We're losing her. Watch out!
Ah! Mickey, Dutch! Status! Alive or dead, we're pulling them out. You hear me?
I'm playing as Romeo, right?
I got your back.
Swapping mags.
Back inside. Let's find that pelican.
What about all those Covenant we sidestepped on the way up?
Mickey and Dutch Pelican.
Thanks for picking such a tall building. I'm really digging all these stairs.
Do you ever get tired of bitching, Romeo?
You ever get tired of busting my balls?
Point taken.
Busting my balls, ayo.
They haven't seen us. Pick a target, take it out. That did it! Shoot and scoot! I'll draw that turret's fire, you kill the operator! Don't let... Romeo! Phantom landing on the pad!
Someone shooting at me?
Reloading.
Come on, Romeo! Push through these doors! Hand your mags.
Should use this one.
He's moved into cover.
He should be.
Grenade!
Grenade for that? Wow. Oh, there's a shield. There we
Headshot!
go. Welcome back, Lexi.
Jackals with carbines up top. Watch yourself. Watch them out. Look at me.
A gang of losers!
Save it for the Covenant, hotshot.
We're down, Gunny. On a rooftop, northeast of your location.
Stay
Oh,
put,
it
Dutch. We'll come
sticks.
to you. Reinforcement!
Come and get some!
What?
I'm gonna tear you a new one!
Cover me, reloading.
This gun is pretty good.
You know, I had him all taken care of.
Reloading!
This my first coming to a friend when the last episode of anime I mentioned earlier was so fucked up. Is that bad? Huh? Getting a bit too EP to hang out, so I'm gonna get lurking. Of course, have a good luck, Chip. Thank you. Have a good EP too. If fun streaming, I'll get well soon. Thank you, Chip. I'll try. Treasure?
Grab some ammo, Romeo. These boys won't need it. Keep your head in the game, Romeo.
Yeah, I hear you.
Everyone okay? So long.
Bullet?
You're in a better place now.
On your horn, that's why people do a Halo, right? I have no idea. It's my first time playing ODST.
Sniper, up high. Make your first shot count. More of them! Romeo, get to work!
Scoreboard.
Sniper! Get the damn turret! Jetpack brutes! Don't let him get behind us!
You're so good at yapping, but you never help, you little shit.
Reloading.
Headshot!
Don't let it get away. This is for Earth.
All that fighting? Oh, there it is. Reloading.
God. It's too small. No, things are not moving. What this? VR chat fishing looking different. I know, right? The fishing has a new update that's called like pick up a gun and shoot. A little help here, Buck, you little shit. Also, hi, Bring.
Oh no, he's here.
Ooh, shoddy? 6 bullets? No, thank you. How Bring is doing it? Full auto fishing? Yeah.
Keep pressing. We gotta get to that crash site.
I mean, I already had a full auto fishing rod. I don't know if you saw yesterday, but my new fishing rod has an attraction rate of instant. When I cast, when the bait touches the water, I can immediately reel. It's so good.
You see that? Let's go more! Free throw! Grenade! Here's your answer!
Yes, I got him. Whoa! Why did they explode? I cannot see shit when my stamina is like gosong.
Move your ass, Romeo. Let's go.
What a bunch of milquetoast! Taste.
Cover me. Reloading.
Oh my god.
Swapping mag.
The timing of that guy is crazy. Oh, it's a beep again. It's going to be a non-stop beep again. Is this a spicy shiny? It is. I like the spicy shiny.
It's over! We did it!
What?
Gunny, move one of those construction cranes. Made a bridge to our location.
Affirmative. We're almost there. Grenade out!
What?
Look out!
Dang, nice throw. Nice throw. Strike. I've been
Did they think this
watching.
was a simulation?
I've been watching Wii Sports corruptions
take cover.
again.
Doorboard.
The fuck?
Watch out!
Who's doing that? Who's doing that?
I'm hit.
That's the bridge? You gotta be kidding me.
What, you afraid of heights? Get going. Come on, Romeo, follow me.
Ah, that's what it is. Oh, thank you, Nature Dragon.
Banshees!
Let's get the hell off this thing.
Ooh, shaky, shaky. I think this gun is not an energy weapon, right? They don't do as much to shields. Where's that fuel rod cannon that I have?
What's our situation?
Bird's wasted. Lost the pilot on impact. Rest of us are okay.
Not for long. Phantoms inbound.
Ooh.
Why am I not surprised?
Pick a turret, Romeo. Conserve your ammo. This is gonna get hot. Phantom, dead ahead.
On my last mag.
Ooh. Oh my god, the homing is so good.
Down him in my sight. Hostiles lower level. Clear them out.
Whoa. Did you say it's raining Banshee?
Phantom to our right!
It's down.
Wow, that guy is a juking master.
More phantoms. Hit them hard.
Stay on target. Phantom coming in left. I have him in my sight. He's left.
I have to shoot below them?
Let me get a line on him. Reload.
No more of that one. Using this on the Phantom is kind of a waste now. Ooh, we got him.
Jetpacks! Take them down! Laser up!
I thought we were friends.
Pour it on, boys! We're almost through this!
I love this big Target down! We got one more phantom, Gunny.
Look out! Take that!
Chief, then what?
Scatter!
Oh shit. Ooh, that's so cool. Dang.
Get this thing off of me!
Well, Romeo's dead. That's right at the chest, no?
How bad?
Not good.
We're gonna get you out of here.
Not by air, we're not.
It's all right. I know another way.
That's right at the chest. with that huge bong. I don't think it's possible.
Hello, and welcome.
Low fat? Low fat? Ooh. Ooh. Low fat is like healthy. Mayonnaise? Mayonnaise? My brain just processed what that is. Well, no use of a sniper anymore, I think. I'm back to honking. Not anymore. I won't. I'm not. Holy shit. I don't have a good shot. I couldn't like focus on how they're moving, so I have to like squint my eyes, or else it kind of hurts. Nice. So new place possibly means more audio thing? Secret? Need to listen to Virgil. It's not the Virgil in UMVC3 though. That's scary. Did they all went hiding? How much shield do you have? What the fuck? It's probably that thing.
Right there.
Yeah, like even if I don't kill them, even if I don't kill them, this guy will just kill them. Even in, yeah, English. Oh, they just explode anyway. I'll take it. I don't remember where my car is. Oh. I don't remember what I did. I have a bad joke for you, but it's for another day. Remember to tell sometimes. I'll try to remember. Maybe it's here. Any guns? You don't remember where your car is, even though you remember what you did? I don't. Someone made an entire movie based on that premise? That sounds pretty cool. But it's so like vague though, that premise. So isn't the movie going to be like very oddly put, if not being pieced together well? Hi, Akko. Hope Akko is doing good. It's an old stoner movie named Dude, Where's My Car? So Stoner made that movie? Why do I feel like this thing isn't here before? Or am I in a new place? I don't think I've been here before. Maybe it's time for a new audio somewhere here? Ashton Kutcher? Fuck, Ashton Kutcher? I don't know what happened. I don't know how much Western media you consume throughout the years. Minimal, I would say. I don't really consume media as much. I play games almost throughout my life. And now still doing that. Like, I don't really watch movie, I don't really watch shows as much. I play games whenever I can because it's like the only way to like de-stress, I guess. Wait. We get a chance to tell me some Eastern media? I guess I have some. I don't watch a lot, but I do watch some. Oh. I mean, I got some old ones like 神雕侠侣呀、仙剑奇侠传呐 or like I mean the most classic of all 西游记. 西游记 is like Journey to the West, yeah. But then there's like so many different renditions of 西游记, it's crazy. There's Cantonese, there's Chinese version, there's like many different kinds of versions of Journey to the West. It's crazy. But 仙剑奇侠传 is actually not bad. Those are like the Chinese 武侠片 Chinese 武侠 don't know how else to say it in English, but that's kind of what it is. Oh, crap. Yugoslavia is a Japanese telling of it. Dragon Ball is nice, but it's like anime. Got him. I feel like I should be finding more audio clips instead of just like trying to go to the blue area. Might miss a lot of things. Actually, yeah, let's get back. New songs in Chinese, something I'm used to. If I ping skills for better, I'll be looking them up though. Actually, not a Dragon Ball fan, used to be though. Well, fair enough. I'm not a big fan, but I watched some and it has been all like enjoyable. I mean, I would find more audio, but there's just no sign of Virgil giving me signal. Maybe I should go through one more time. Yeah, probably should. Just go through it one more time. Issue in large part comes out of two things: created intent, English dub. I watched the Japanese sub. It's what they're called, right? They speak Japanese and then I look at the subtitles. I think I like that more. I don't know what's with the creator intent, but it always looked like Akira has always been amazing. Is it Akira? I don't remember the name that passed away. Remote detonation. Hi family. Akira Toriyama. Yeah, Akira is so amazing, honestly.
Stand by to adjust the trajectory. On my mark. We're way off course.
They were struggling writing the series and then stopped and wait entirely for GTA. Yeah, I guess. Hi Yo-Yo boy. Thanks for the 3 stream streak. It's Dutch again. I love Dutch.
Hurry up.
Look, you want to do this? Be my guest. But this ain't a job you want to rush.
That do it?
Signal's good. Arm the other detonators and pull back to me.
Come on, tough guy. We gotta blow this bridge. Dutch, arm the other charges.
What about those raids?
Forget about them. We got explosives to set. Follow me. Arm the charges. He is coming down. Look out, Banshee! Cover me, reloading. That's the last one, Dutch. Everyone, behind those barriers, bridge is set to blow.
Come on, Super, unlock the keypad.
Keep it clean. Respect public property.
You don't let us trigger those charges. In about 5 minutes, your data center is gonna be crawling with Covenant.
Watchtower, Dutch, get up there and pull the trigger.
I have to go?
About damn time. Do it, Trooper.
Kill their infantry. Don't let them cross the bridge.
Oh, this sucks.
Trooper, use the laptop to trigger the charges.
Watch those raids. They've got us dialed in.
I don't know what laptop you want me to do.
What's the holdup, Dutch? Blow this sucker sky high.
I don't know what you want me to do.
Bridge to all accepted. Have a pleasant trip.
Boom! Yeah! That's the way.
It wasn't me. Why are they telling me to do it?
Oh man, that's the way it's done.
Ah, man, Covenant landing on the other side of the wall. Come on, Dutch. Those cops aren't gonna last long against brutes.
I'm missing a little chat just now. Dragon Ball said the pacing I fell in love with it. Fell out of love with it. It was so bad that they re-released the series with the pacing, but like at that point it feels bad. I do think Toriyama was great at what they did. Don't get me wrong, just don't like Dragon Ball Z specifically, but due to the nature of it, that means a lot of series as a result. That said, I also listened to the English dub as a reason why I didn't like it. In the original solo English dub for Dragon Ball, the dub adds a bunch of lines that were originally there and made a ton of jokes that were originally there. Get this part of the localization process, but as a kid finding out that wasn't true Dragon Ball Z spoiled the series for you. I mean, I guess I
down
get
here,
that.
head through the tunnel, under the wall.
But it is unfortunate that it feels like you're missing out a lot.
Cover me. Reloading.
Go, Dutch. We gotta keep the Covenant away from that building.
Not too bad.
Speed leg.
Body massage.
Body massage.
Look.
Get your numbers.
Reloading! Last mag!
Interesting. Literally uses too much ammo to kill even one.
I was getting ready to fill out my will that time.
Good work, people.
I will think. Ah, I guess it's going to be like a low energy session, but I didn't think it's gonna be this low energy. Oof. I feel weird today. Actually, ooh. I kinda need toward. I feel like coffee is acting up. Coffee is acting up. Alright, let's listen to Pokemon Jazz again. Give me a second. Okay. And I'm going to do this. I love this one. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick. Just gonna coffee too strong, I think. Maybe. I'm not too sure. Be right back. I'm back. Oh. I'm reading chat. Oh. Never really watch any like anime as much, to be honest, but I kind of just watch anime when there's like dragons involved. It's not like just like an appearance of one episode, but if there's like an anime that has like dragon as main character, or like appears all episode, not just one episode, would be nice. Smooch and being smooched and hugged by dragon. Oh my god. That's good, emo. It is. It is. Okay. Wow, I guess I don't really feel that good. I feel worse than I thought. No. I'll probably do a short one today then. Probably gonna go EP. Currency is an isekai anime where the main character is a dragon. It's very cute and fascinating. Oh, is it that is it a dragon that looks like a bunny, sort of? Kind of, a little bit? I mean, huge ears, small. Make an emperor's good Kobo. Because the B52 you have is more important. Yeah, but I wanna play ODST for a little bit longer. I don't know, bunny you mean? Let me see if I can, because I believe Roxas shared it to my video sharing channel. Is it video sharing? Oh yeah, reincarnated as a dragon hatchling. I don't know if I can open this up on stream actually. I don't know if it's possible, or will I get like... Ah, okay, that's the one. Okay. I guess I could watch that. The dragon doesn't really look like a dragon, I don't know. I just want to make sure you're okay. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty okay, just... Ooh, weird. Yeah, sorry. Okay, let's continue.
Maybe they're trying to instill a false sense of security.
It's the enemy!
It's the enemy.
All teams, hold the ridge! Don't let them near the Audi building!
Don't nobody cross my stream.
Oh, I almost shot.
Want to see how real real men fight? Go! Give me cover. I'll flush him out. Changing mags.
Fall back! I repeat, fall back to the top of the ridge!
Courage, warriors! Take this hill or die upon it!
Running low.
More contact!
Like Foxtrot is Foxtrotted. Oh, this sucks!
I'll get you, you big jerk!
More phantoms look sharp.
Where'd you come from?
Eat it.
Hey, hey.
We can't hold them! Everyone get inside the building!
Too many of them, Dutch. We gotta scoot.
Forward! Right
What's
left
the
on
hammer?
beneath your feet! Fight it!
Dutch, inside the building. Now!
What's that?
I see more.
I need more bullet.
Hurry up, men! Check those charges!
Wait, what? More explosives?
Yeah, what gives? I thought we were supposed to protect this building.
I have orders to deny enemy access to all classified data housed in this facility. You don't like it, jump your butts back into orbit.
Only thing I don't like is that our butts are currently inside this facility.
Yeah.
They're cutting through the door! Settle down, people! Find some cover! Alright, here they come! Watch your crossfire, people!
Dutch, scan right.
Whoa, what happened?
They're pouring into the left.
Damn, Trevor, you were one thorough shot! Let's get some brains, people! He's trying to draw us out! Where's that 50? We got hostiles, right? They're coming in on the left! Adjust your fire!
Whoa!
Focus your fire to the right.
I don't think that's a bullet.
We got more contact! Left side, trooper! Bring that turret round! Holy crap! Grenade! Incoming! everybody. He's trying to draw us out.
Look out!
Hit the dirt!
The grunts. The grunts in this game really like to do the kamikaze. Kamikaze.
Phantom, dropping reinforcements. Cover your rear, trooper.
Rear? Can't aim that way, can I? No, I can't. Okay. I saw someone just now.
Taking heavy fire.
Man down! Man down!
I see you.
Big bam and a brain pan.
More contacts! You're toast! Oh! Ow! He took cover!
Swapping mags!
He took cover.
Gotcha! Oh!
Got him!
Maybe shotgun is not bad.
Over here.
Hold on, ammo. Target down! That it?
Can't believe I'm playing Counter-Strike there.
That's the last of them, Dutch. Come to my position. Hell of a job. That was easy.
The booping so I contribute to your viewership. No, that's very nice of you. Hi, Dragon Colony.
Reloading.
Everyone on the elevator. I put enough charges in this shaft to blow this building twice.
All right, that's it. Transfer the detonation codes to my comm. If anyone's taking this place out, it's gonna be me.
So hope you're doing good, Dragon Colony. I'm gonna be very quiet here because I'm not feeling too well today for some reason.
Evac Bird's gonna meet us on the roof.
Where the heck did these buggers come from?
Underground tunnels are filled with the damn things.
Finally, a good reason to blow this building up. Grenade! Fuck, and lots of them.
Bam! Right! Just sense of smug satisfaction.
Oh my god, reloading takes 10 years with the shotgun. I didn't expect there'll be someone else then.
Last mag! Cover me! Reloading!
Give me your bullets, goddammit. Whoa, nice flip.
Hoorah! Is that it? There's our ride! Go, go, go!
Right in Blinken. That's it? So we evacuated?
Hey, you fellas know a gunnery Sergeant Buck?
Sure do.
Patching him through.
Glad you boys are safe and sound.
Well, likewise, Gunny. You need a pickup?
As long as you're offering. We're in the police HQ.
Could you take us there?
Affirmative.
All right. Get you up top.
Oh,
What?
This is what happened after.
This day ain't turning out so bad after all.
Alerting emergency services. Poor Virgil is just doing his job. Back at the rookie. Dang, rookie. The music, oh my god, it's top notch. Holy shit. I think now it's probably high time to go back and try to find some audio files. And I think the effect of the Panadol is kicking in, so now I'm feeling a little bit better now. Hey, maybe it's time for me to yap a little bit more. I like yapping. Yapping is nice. Also, just now I totally forgot to enable the night vision, so I couldn't see half the time when I was playing as the rookie section. That's not normal, isn't it? Oh, shit. The plasma rifle is still so good. Ooh, gun. Who's shooting? I hear them, but I don't see them. Oh, I see them. There you go. I'm just using all the energy weapons now. I mean, the energy weapon is like really good. I can spam, I deal a lot of damage, I deal a lot of damage to the shields. It's like playing the game on easy mode and I like it. Alright, let's drive around this place for a little bit, see if I can find some audio files hopefully. Maybe. I'm not seeing any hints that is like given by Virgil though. It's kinda concerning. Anyone knows when is ODST released? Because I never really look into it, or like I never really talk about this, but I don't know when this came out, but holy, the graphic fidelity looks really amazing though. Like the game looks generally impressive. The lighting is good, the mood is good, like wow, right? Very impressed. The gameplay actually feels pretty nice as well, not gonna lie. There's no signs like, please collect your tickets. There's no please collect your tickets anymore. Oh.
Big freak now.
And I assume during these free roam sections, the enemies are gonna keep respawning. This is when Bungie was real good at making games. They're still not bad, but this was some top tier stuff. I can definitely feel it. This is like I played this game for a bit, and every time I look at it, it's just so impressive. Like I played 2 before, right? And then now I'm playing ODST. I played Halo C, I played 2, and then after playing 2, coming to this one, it's like whoa. I mean, sure, on 2 I played the remastered graphics, but that's cheating. That's cheating because that's remastered. This one is just what it is, so it's like very impressive. It's also a fun side story in Halo series when you are not the essentially demigod Master Chief. Yeah, it's like I'm playing as not Master Chief, and the fights are significantly harder, definitely. A lot harder. It's like I'm actually struggling as a normal Navy citizen thing. It's nice to be able to look at a different perspective of a story. It's like, sure, we always play as like the strongest protagonist possible, like in games like these where like we have the plot armor, we have the god armor, we have everything, we don't die or respawn. But then it's kind of nice to play as a side character or a character that doesn't really matter. Oh, where did it come from? get food. Oh, it's a new mongoose. Adds more weight to Chief's endeavors and helps show why the cops fear him. Oh, sign. It's also a sign. That sign. Not here. It's not here. This one? Detour? Oh, huh? It's just this one. It's also funny how Master Chief has been referred to as a demon by the Covenant. Alright, Circle 8 Art 1. Oh, it's gonna be loud.
Emergency comms. 14th floor. Should have taken the elevator.
After what just happened? I don't think so.
So, what exactly are you going to say to make them reinitialize Virgil?
I'll think of something.
Hi, I'm cute. Break the law for me.
That's not funny.
I'm just saying. It worked on me.
Still no Covenant activity outside the city limits. I've got 3 more evac points at 200% capacity.
Somebody answer that damn phone.
Where's the duty officer?
Big desk. At the back.
Thanks.
Any of the ferries still running?
Get everyone out to another ride starting down at
Well, you'll just have to go down there yourself.
As I've been trying to tell you, Captain, I don't have the authority to override them. What do you mean, gross misconduct? Captain Dare, I assure you, people are dying down here.
Excuse me?
Yes, of course I could turn the superintendent back on, but Commissioner Kinsler gave me explicit instructions.
You're busy, so I'm just going to borrow this stapler.
Listen, Captain, there's a Covenant carrier hovering right outside my window. There's a sniper in my lobby, and you're threatening to have me fired? Gah! Office of Naval Intelligence. Now there's a contradiction in terms. Oh, what do you want?
I need you to turn the superintendent back on.
Not you, too. I am telling all of you, the commissioner...
I know, but I'm making you do it. At gunpoint.
What gun?
This one.
You're holding my stapler inside your pocket and pointing it at me.
You don't know that.
It might be a gun.
Or a rifle.
Or a rocket launcher.
And if it was, why you would have to turn the superintendent back on.
Nobody could blame you.
Or fire you.
If it was a gun... Oh no! Please, don't shoot! I'll do anything!
It's okay, Virgil. I'm here.
He sounds different.
Virgil, what have those aliens done to you?
Wait, are they tinkering? Are they tinkering with Virgil? So last time we ended up at a very messed up officer who wants to kill everyone and killed someone out of petty revenge and died to like actual SWAT team, I think. And then after that we're here, so we're going up to we're trying to go up 14th floor to open up Virgil again. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Oh yeah, there's also this engineer, right? The good alien? Yeah, there's the good alien that's trying to help Sadie's papa, I think. With something that I'm not too sure what it is. So, I don't know. I'll have to find more to know more about these stuff, so hey, I'll heck and try my best to find more. the signs are very clear, so I really appreciate that. As a dumb kobold like I am, if the signs were not clear, I would be like, I didn't see that. I'll just keep going my merry way. That was kinda cool. I wanna roam around this place a little bit more. Who knows, there might be one more. Or maybe not. That one is like right at the middle. Okay, maybe there's no more here. I think Kobo is a good driver. I already hear signs. I think I see it already. Nice, that was quick. Okay, let's listen to it together. 23rd audio log. Right here. Circle 8 Arc 2.
Sadie, what's going on?
I don't know. Those aliens have been working on Virgil, and now that he's back on, he sounds
different.
Virgil? It's still you, isn't it? Can you get Dad for me? Virgil can't reach him. Something's wrong.
Reports are coming in from all over the city. Covenant forces are pulling back in the face of furious resistance.
Man, have I had it with his crap.
Our enemies are cowards. Battle on, brave citizens, and victory will be ours.
Hang on. That's coming from inside the building.
Mike, wait! Where are you going?
This hour, we pay tribute to our fallen heroes. Jim Odingo, Roberto Bustamante, and Marshall Glick.
This is his office. Public Service Announcements Division.
These officers were gunned down in the very lobby of this building by Covenant snipers. But moments ago, members of our citizen militia wiped out the sniper nest with a homemade flamethrower, made from nothing more than an old leaf blower and a can of gasoline. Keep fighting, Mombasa. Fight, and we will win.
Off the air. Covenant sniper nest? Those people were massacred by a crazy ex-cop. Hell, one of those people was the crazy ex-cop.
And your point is?
People are dying out there and you're feeding them this garbage? None of it is true.
Yes. Well, some days, truth isn't really a luxury we can afford.
Oh no. Not another one of these assholes. Like, what's so hard about being truthful, right? Well, I guess I know why, because, you know, they do some fucked up shit. Of course they have to be like, they have to lie and deceit so then they can save their face and shit, because they're working in the police, and then they have like Commissioner Kinsler in the place that does bad things to women, I'm pretty sure, and kids, right? And it's like, ooh, right, ooh, what a shot. So I guess that's why they have to lie, but you know, maybe the way that I live is different, question mark. I always don't see the need to lie. Like, if I do shit, I do shit. If I do good, I do good, right? At least that's how I always look at things. I feel like nothing can come good with lying unless lying gives me something, then I'll maybe lie. I don't know, right? I don't know. I always want to be truthful because I always want to be I don't know. It's also kind of encouraging everyone to fight in the face of an overwhelming foe. That is a good point. Maybe lying isn't that bad. Well, lying for the sake of doing good. Yeah, I think that could be a good way to like put it. It's not necessary that all lies are bad, but some lies can be utilized in a good way, like that one. But still. Here's actually what I'm saying. Yeah, I want to listen. This is propaganda. Propaganda is like government stuff, no? I'm actually not too sure what propaganda is. I heard of the word a lot actually on Twitter especially, but I'm not too sure what that is. The moment you're trying to control what others believe, you're trying to control what others believe, or is the moment your actions become questionable. Controlling what others believe? Ooh. When your actions become questionable. So, I guess what I said was kind of controlling what others want to believe, no? Propaganda is mostly government related, but it's not limited to that. Okay. So it's mostly. Okay. So with what you said, what I mentioned about lies and deceit and lying and how I think about like how I think about lies being there and stuff could also be propaganda of some sort, no? Similar, I guess, right? Because I'm trying to explain and let people how I want to. Just a second. Ui. Okay. No, I'm not saying it's bad to influence others. It's just very slippery slope. Yeah, I get it. It is never my intention to want to. Ui. It has never been my intention that I want to like change what people want to think, what they want to believe in, right? There we go. New sniper. It's scanning the scope of situations, something like this, to keep people's hopes up and to buy as much time for humanity as possible can do a lot. Not great or perfect, but something just needs something. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Ooh. Sometimes I guess I could say my blindness to like, I just want truth, I just want to be honest, can be really bad in situations like this, no? Yeah, it's very situational. It's very like depending on the situation. I understand. Yeah, if it were me on that situation, I would just make people in despair and lose hope because of the honesty that I feel like it's so important. That is a very fair point and very valid too. Shit, I never thought of it that way. Wow, that's deep. I'm not joking. That's like actually deep. But the phrase "the path to hell is paved with good intention" is a very real phrase for a reason for both sides of your situation. But here, you see this sort of thing in occupied / embattled cultures throughout history. In my unfortunate youth, I had a lot of time to ponder what I feel good and evil are. Boop. Boop. Wait. Broken fish dragon bird? Ooh, hello. Boop. Oh my god, I've been spoiled. Alright, we got more audio thing. Let's listen to it together again. How broken fish dragon bird is doing it. Different cultures rated propaganda differently, as well as how much influence people are willing to put up with. Fish propaganda? Propaganda. Alright, circle 8 arc 3. There we go.
Come on, Mike. He's a propaganda officer. He's just doing his job.
His job? More like lying to people for a living.
Do you know who is still listening to my announcements? An old woman, too weak to leave her bed. A man bleeding in the street. A teacher hiding with her students in a school basement. They're all going to die.
Maybe, maybe not. The Marines will be here soon.
They are all going to die. My job is to fill the time before they die with truth. With hope. But maybe you can do better. On the air.
A special honor, New Mombasa. I have here in studio Uprising Commander Harris Two-Shot Kibaki. Commander, tell our listeners the latest news from the city center. Commander, go ahead. Speak the truth.
Well, things aren't as good as they could be, but they're looking up. We're fighting hard.
Good to hear it. Any words of advice, Two-Shot?
Just keep fighting. We can win this battle if we stick together. We can save the city. We can win this war.
Off the air. Now you are also a hero.
You are, you know.
I feel sick.
No. What you feel is hope. Ah, see? You already have an admirer.
Go ahead. You're on the line with Harris Two-Shot Kibaki.
That was truly inspiring, Officer Brandley. Sadie must be very impressed.
Kinsler!
But I think she'll be much more interested in this. Sadie, I now control the firefighting systems in your father's lab. If you want to see him alive again, you'll do exactly as I say.
What? Kinsler found Sadie's dad first? That's fucked up. How did stupid Kinsler go through all the Covenant shit to find Kinsler? Strong propaganda, good nature propaganda. I have over 100k glamps. Guess I like you a lot, but this is so much. I stream too much, don't I? I feel like it's okay. You can hoard the glams. I love hoarding glams. Gun. I don't wanna. Oh, that's the story. Good Marine is invisible, but by good I mean strong, not good nature. Like if your goal is to influence the masses, if they don't notice it, that's the best situation you can achieve to meet your goals. Any audio clips they can listen to here? Wait, I've been here? I don't even know where I'm going. Oh, it's fine. I guess I kinda came from there, no? Forget audio clips. Let me know if you see any chew toy asking for a friend. Me and that friend. Buy your foam canister. Ooh.
How bad?
Not good.
We're gonna get you out of here.
Poor Romeo. Kikowani Station. Five hours after drop.
We're almost there.
Put me down. Put me down for a second.
Dutch, medkit.
What's wrong with him?
He's got a punctured lung. Can't breathe.
Oh my god, what is
Better?
that?
Now what?
Trains ran underground up to the old city. We're gonna find one of the tunnels. Walk on out of here.
You gonna carry me all the way, sweetheart?
Was planning on it, but now that you're feeling better. Get the door!
Gunny, you're gonna want to see this.
Magic healing foam.
This means we're screwed, right? Not yet. Wait here. We're gonna steal that ride.
Whoa, really?
It's landing. Now's our chance. Mickey, you're with me. Gunny, I can fly a Pelican, but a Phantom? It's been years since I even ran a simulation. Well, let's see what you remember, Trooper. Move!
Give me this.
Here you go. Look out, Banshee! Smile, you son of a bitch! Johnny, more of those floating squids. Should we smoke them? They're between us and that Phantom. What do you think? Give me a sec, and okay. Here comes that violent and unnatural death you ordered. Nice catch with your face.
Oh my god.
Bam! Said the lady. You are on fire. Go, Mickey, up the lift, kill the pilots. Here goes nothing.
Mickey going to do it? I missed the shiny. Mickey did it?
Cabin secure. Flight controls read green across the
Good
board.
shit, Mickey.
Well, it's purple. But she's good to go, I think. Okay, I'll grab a Banshee. You go get Dutch and Romeo. On my way.
Oh yeah, shiny. Hi, hello. Escort Phantom in the Banshee. I guess mean the girl you offer Geo toys to. Ooh.
All set back there? Affirmative. Romeo, let's man these turrets. One more down. Here. Blast them to Earth! I don't like it so far. Banshees, coming through the tunnel. That's the way we're headed. Take them out.
Oh, there's a Banshee bomb. Got him. Oh, that's what it is.
Got him. Head through the tunnel, Gunny. Go on, Gunny. Take the lead. Everyone watch their elbows. Gonna be a tight squeeze.
revenge.
I don't think it actually says that, Dutch.
I'm paraphrasing, you heathen.
Damn! Covenant must have blocked the door to the next area. I see an override switch, Gunny. Hang on, I'll set a beacon.
Oh, he gets sniped.
What do you see, Gunny?
A whole lot of Covenant gathering around the crater from that slip space rupture. I wonder what they're looking for.
Captain was...
Yeah, they're right.
We're stuck here until you open that door, Gunny.
Am I Gunny? Aren't I Dutch? Or am I playing as Buck? Don't they refer to Buck as Gunny? Guess I'm doing it.
Doors open. I'll go first. Roger that. Follow your lead.
Got him.
Head back to your Banshee, Gunny. We need to keep flying.
Wait. I miss this spicy shiny. What? How do I even get there? Not this one? Oh, now they decide to get in what? Okay, so I'm Gunny. Okay. Holy shit, my ears are bleeding.
Must have lost power. I'll head through on foot, see if I can find a workaround inside the tunnel.
Go on in, Gunny. We'll cover the door. Make sure no one gets in behind you.
Oh, okay.
Come on, you son of a bitch! Boom! Reloading!
Oh wait, I had to do it.
Running low!
What the fuck? So you just never die? Nice enemy. Nice enemy. 2 fire, all the bullet doesn't die. Ah, nice. I think finally it is time to be met with some bullshit. Hi, Becky. Oh, hi again, Becky, actually. The game is playing. The game is like, oh, we're being too nice to you. It's time to pull out some bullshit.
Got him! Boom! Another one! Ugh! Cover me! Reloading! Boom! Headshot! Last mag! Hoorah! Change your mag. Low on ammo.
Oh, here we go. gonna have unlimited health on this thing. Doesn't stick on them.
Bang, bang! You're dead! Last mag.
Wow.
Ranger 18 showing up, you lily-livered throw rugs!
I'm glad the explosion takes 10 years to explode. Hmm? Oh. Oh, I'm supposed to be here.
That did it! Door's open.
But isn't that like the good alien? I guess the AI don't care.
Troopers, I got bad news.
Oh, what? You really are gonna make us walk out of this city?
We got a scarab right by our exit.
This is the best mission ever.
This is the best mission ever. Can I use this? Oh my god. I would love this if I had more health, honestly. I don't know how they didn't hit me at all. Oh, is that a scarab? What do I do about the scarab again? Do I just like board it?
Knock out its legs and it'll stop moving, Gunny.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Get behind it! Shoot it in the ass!
Wait, what? Am I doing it wrong? What am I doing actually here? Is on board the ship? Not like that. Ah, fair enough. I don't know why. I don't know what to do.
Yeah! Target down!
That's really loud. Typically, yeah. I think I did it. My ears are bleeding, it's okay. Gunny died. Gunny died. Oh, you telling me that I had to get down from the ship after killing it? Gunny died. They were like, woohoo! Run it down! Good job, Gunny. Gunny died though.
Stupidest monkeys in the verse!
Okay, at least I know what to do now.
Knock out its legs, it'll stop moving, Gunny.
legs first. My ears are bleeding.
One more down.
I'm running away.
Head into the tunnel before another one shows up.
I guess it was a boss fight and a half. Fun thing, if you didn't know, they're calling him Gunny because his rank is Gunnery Sergeant. Oh, Gunny! Oh, so Gunnery Sergeant is like really heckin' strong, Shaman? I mean, Dutch always has this like big laser gun that destroys everything in one shot. I like that gun. He's probably the highest ranking non-commissioned officer, so he's just the most senior, which is why he'll get the best toys first. Oh, that's why the best gun. Okay.
Damn. We hit the squid jackpot. Take him out, Gunny, so we can get through.
Stay clear. This is gonna be one hell of a chain reaction.
Squidward? Ooh, ooh. Ooh, my ears are bleeding. Let's go. Oh my god.
Keep her steady, Mickey. You doing okay?
Just glad we didn't go with your first plan. Look at those tunnels. Ones that aren't flooded are probably packed with buggers. Hell, I wouldn't go down there even if you ordered me to.
Come on, Veronica. What could be more important than that carrier?
My orders. And Buck, call me Captain.
Mickey, turn around. Find a safe place to set us down.
What? Why?
I lost something.
Now I know where to find her.
Oh no. Having you go between this relatively senior soldier and then to the rookie. Don't know what his rank is. Oh. I mean, the rookie did sleep for 12 hours.
Can anyone hear me? This is Captain Veronica Dare.
Oh shit.
My beacon is active. Need immediate assistance. Someone, please respond.
Oh shit, rookie. Let's go, rookie. Locate underground entrance to search for Captain there. That's not too far. Oh, that's a soldier. Huh? We take those. I actually didn't think that would work, but I'll take it. I saw like a tiniest bit of exposed flesh and I just keep shooting at it. Which I'm pretty sure I didn't shoot them, but it just kind of exploded. Shiny. I can admire shiny again. Very nice. Something here. Give me a sniper, thank you. You brought that upon yourself, stupid. This sniper is really strong. Oh wait. I thought it's here. No, get back. I want to get the audio clip. They said keep left or right. No, Rookie, get back up. Can I? No. No, I missed it. The audio clip. I thought, oh. I mean, it's a door. Usually it's an openable door. Why is it this time it causes a fucking cutscene? Oh. How would I know that it causes a cutscene? No, I wanna get back. I missed so much audio clips. No.
They've got me cornered. I'm low on ammo. If you can hear me, I'm on sub-level 9. Immune station.
Rookie doesn't talk? Hey, Exploder. Well, I missed 10,000 audio clips up there. Oh, I want to listen more. I didn't know that triggers a cutscene and makes me go down and never get back anymore. How would I know? Things with a lyric. Why are the grunts? I hear them talking. Oh, are you trying to tell me something? So Virgil cannot get down here. So Virgil will not be able to give me signs, but only subtle signs like that one? So are there going to still be any audio clips down here? I mean, I sure hope so. I'm missing a lot of audio clips, I feel like. I kind of want to see if I can get back up. Maybe it's possible, question mark? No, it's red. No. I want to listen to the audio clips. I want to see the... I want to know how Commissioner Kinsler died or some shit. I hate him with a passion. I don't think you're a sign, that's just what you sound as. Yeah, Virgil has no access to this place somehow. This is such a cool detail too, right? This is like this is like when you know that Virgil will give you sign to something, and then you look more into this. It's like, wow, the attention to detail is fucking insane. Even here, maybe? Yeah, see? Oh, crazy. The more I play this, the more impressed I am. Holy crap. Who's here?
Alarm! Intruder! In tunnels!
Rookie. Operation Terminal, right? Are you telling me to keep... Are you telling me to go right? I mean, I'm seeing like small arrows pointing to the right. Essentially, I have to get to sub-level 9, they mentioned? I guess I need to keep going down, no?
Oh no!
Oh my god. What if Rookie mentions towards the end, I'm Master Chief? No way, right? Ooh. And of shiny. And this one as well. Look at this thing. I think Chief is out there with Grave Mine and other stuff at this point. Alright. It is right after Halo 2 Chapter 2, I think. Chapter 2 is like when they're trying to drop into some place of a city, but then Master Chief just like being teleported elsewhere, I think, if I remember correctly. I may be wrong here. I love this detail. I love this detail so much. Detail.
That Pat, good girl.
Wait. I might just go in circles.
Thanks, Trooper. They almost had me.
Oh.
Been trying to get down to the next level checking my team, but this stack is locked down tight.
Welcome. Access granted.
Oh?
Huh. Guess you have the magic touch.
I do. So Virgil's helping me now?
Buggers! Look out! We got a bug problem. What's wrong with you, Virgil? You trying to get me killed?
Warning. Hitchhikers may be escaped convicts.
Guess I'm going down. Ow.
Can't see a damn thing. You go first. buggers got all of them.
Unfortunate.
Check on the dock myself.
Don't let him get to cover.
What are you doing down here anyway?
I don't
want to
talk.
tell me? That's all right. We all got secrets.
Hey, thanks for respecting me not talking to you. This guy's amazing. Might be a good time. Might be a good time to shoot them. Mauler? It's a new gun? Oh, there's more shotgun shells. I feel like shotgun in this game is kind of weak. They don't have the oomph for the shotgun in this game, sadly. Like, it doesn't really have the punch. Is this a shotgun? Oh. Oh, this gun is really fucking good.
Seal all exits from the lower levels.
Don't know why they suddenly decided to charge in, but I'll take it.
Don't let it escape.
Dum dum.
There it is.
Get fucked.
Is that all of them? We did it.
Bullet. I wanted to eat that shiny though. Who? Why are you so angry? Save your bullet. You could just punch him. It's a workout, it feels much better.
It's a nightmare.
Thanks for standing right in front of him.
You're going down to level 9 too. Huh.
Guess I could use some backup.
Yeah.
Welcome. Access granted.
More buggers? No buggers? Okay, going down.
You hear that? Buggers! Down on your level! Oh no! They're up here too! Coming out of the damn vents! Get back! No! Ah!
Unfortunate.
Crime doesn't pay.
Crime doesn't pay? Did that cop do some bad things? Why would Virgil say that? Did that cop do something bad? No, right? I mean, he was just trying to get to level 9. That guy probably wasn't a cop. That guy actually an escaped convict. What? How deep does this get? Holy shit! I cannot play this game. My brain is not deep. Holy shit! I didn't. The cop was actually an escaped convict. Virgil said when we first met him. Really? I didn't even realize. What? Shit! Oh my god! Well, this game's crazy. And I've been helping him? I didn't kill him? Hitchhikers may be escaped convicts. Whoa, okay. He said, warning, hitchhikers may be escaped convicts. I thought those were referring to the buggers. Like the buggers, the buggers were escaping from escaped convicts, huh? Shit. I need to understand English more, like it's kinda hard to okay. Love you, Virgil Smooch. Okay.
Right here, you will not.
Fuck, why do you have infinite health? Oh, that's why. Now I don't know if that guy deserved to die, but he was an escaped convict, and at least he was finding the copies. I'll have to look if he actually did something bad. Yeah, that is true though, right? Even though him being the escaped convict, but over here I being helped by him, so I don't know actually. I have mixed feelings towards that. Maybe Virgil is like, because AI is so bad is bad, good is good. That's what I think anyway. He was just warning you to be careful if anything. Ah, okay, okay.
Crime scene. Restricted entry. Can you get dead for me? Virgil can't reach him. Something's wrong.
Crime scene restricted entry, and then that phrase. Okay, I have a bit of a question. Would I get all of these interaction from Virgil if I don't find the audio clips? Because I feel like there's a chance that this game will do that. Possibly you don't know. I feel like it's possible. I feel like if I don't find those like, I feel like the Virgil will be closer to me if I find all the audio clips. You might not just know the context of it all. Oh, that too. Maybe it would just play as intended, but do I know what's happening? No. That could also be it too. Oh, this game is so fucking cool. But my god, my head doesn't hurt that much anymore. But I can enjoy this game a lot more now. Right? I can yap a little bit more as well. Right? But holy heck, the attention to detail to this game is like absolutely insane. It's crazy. Alright, I have my turret. I'm ready for anything. My eyes itch. What the heck? Okay, there we go.
Buck? Who knows if you can hear me, but I'm sorry. Should have told you more about this mission. More about everything.
Were you hiding secrets there? No, no, no. Secret bed. I think. I don't know actually. You alive? No, if they're alive, there would be like a red outline to them. Gosh, I still love that. Oh, it's so cool. It's like such a minor detail, but when I know that it happens, it's so cool. It's crazy. Whoa, thank you. But can it be... Wait, can it be Virgil though? Because Virgil cannot access the things here, but how can you open doors like that? What if it's some imposter Virgil? Because the engineers said... Well, I don't know if it's the engineer, but Alien did tinker with Virgil, right? The last audio clip that we saw? Ooh, I don't know. Knock on door?
It's you. I thought... Never mind. What was your name again?
Rookie?
Inside, now. This way, and stay quiet. Some idiots blew the building at the top of the shaft. Woke the whole hive. Down there, that's the superintendent. The AI that runs every system in the city. My mission, our mission, is to secure the superintendent's data.
Oh.
Problem is, there's only one way in from here. Right through the hive.
But if we take that, Virgil will be gone, no?
It would have been suicide to go alone, and I was hoping for more backup. But I guess you're it. You've been solo since we dropped. Fighting on the surface? Unless you spent all night hiding in your pod, you must know your stuff. Show me.
Hey. I'll try.
I got your back, trooper. Keep moving.
You're in my front. You're right in front of me.
Let's move.
Hydro hive to data center. Okay. There. Don't rush B. Why are you using P90 to rush B? Hiya. This is how you rush B.
Here, I got it.
No, don't rush B. I'm not flashed yet. I haven't flashed. I need smoke. Oh my god, there. Get fucked. There sucks. They just rushed in and hide, and I have to do all the fighting. Get fucked.
Here, trooper, through the door. We'll have to jump.
You are extremely fast there. Let's go.
You first, trooper. Into the hole.
Ow. Ow. Ooh, huh? What the heck, you cheater? I have to lose health, you don't? That was extremely loud for some reason. I just hear autocannon on my left ear. That was extremely loud.
Back off.
Thanks for the gun.
Don't let him get away.
Yeah, that's right, get him. Yeah, never enough. She hacking? I know, right? It's like she has wall hacks. Rushing B so fast. Knows where the enemies are. Pre-firing.
It's getting warmer. We must be right under the hive. Head across the bridge. Let's see if we can find a way up.
These are some really good guns. I'm a little bit worried because good guns pretty much means that it's probably going to be a lot of enemies.
Trooper, through here. I found an elevator. Come to me.
Well, I guess I have to activate.
Next stop.
Bugger Central.
Bugger Central?
Let's stick together. Move fast and quiet.
I guess climbing up and jumping down is fast and quiet.
Not bad for a rookie. Not bad at all. Damn, here they come.
Oh my god, what a shot. That was crazy. Maybe I'm the one with aimbot. Now I'm hacking.
Nice work. Quality,
Hmm? I wonder if there could be a secret down there.
We can't go back. We have to keep pushing through. Look out! Drones! Good shooting, Trooper. Keep it up. We're almost there.
Thanks. Oh my god, this is stuck hunt. You better add the sound effect.
Follow me. I see a way across.
And the dog's laughing at you.
The data center's close.
Rescue superintendent. Oh, we're rescuing the virtual. Oh, heck yeah, look at Breen. How dare.
Won't be long before they smash through that door. Let's take them out now.
By the prophets, you will pay for your insolence!
Okay.
Grenade!
Hostiles!
Steel yourself!
Whoa.
do know your stuff.
I guess I do.
Welcome. Access granted.
Virtual.
Nice and slow. Check the corners.
Cutscene. Right. Uh-oh. No, virtual. Yeah.
Don't shoot.
Why? Oh.
We've seen them before on other ops, but we've never gotten this close. Best we can tell, they're prisoners or slaves. Either way, they don't like the Covenant any more than we do. I spotted this one in the tunnels. Watched it access comm lines, security cameras, traffic controls, you name it. Eventually it holed up here.
That's kinda cute.
Oni calls them engineers. Believes they're some sort of biological supercomputers. If I'm right, this one has taken the superintendent's data and combined it with its own. Everything we want to know about the Covenant, what they're looking for into the city, is right in here.
Okay.
Damn! Buggers must have raised the alarm. Buck!
Veronica? Where the hell are you?
Data center, but we're coming out.
We?
No time to explain, but do not, I repeat, do not shoot anything pink.
Whatever you say, just come on!
Those brutes are here for the engineer. They'll kill it if they get the chance.
Oh.
You. Stay behind me. Okay?
I hope they understand. That thing's actually really cute. Oh shit, now I feel bad for killing
The engineer still has
Killing
shields,
them.
but they won't last long in a firefight. Take point, clear a path to Buck.
Will do. Snake coded. Yeah. Where did it come from?
Changing mags. Go, Trooper. I'll cover the engineer.
This is for you!
Additional contact!
I have infinite shields, I think.
Rookie, I could use a hand over here. Come on.
Why are you rushing B? Why you rush B? I need bullet. Okay, we got some bullet. Okay, we got bullet back. VRGL. Oh, that's virtual. Okay. Morning, meat.
We've got to get out of here. Move it, Trooper.
Oh, there's bullet here. Okay, I'm actually stupid. Oh, there's no bullet
This is
here.
our exit, rookie. Head through the door.
Okay. Morning. Morning meat. Yummy. Wow. Which one's the exit? Oh, that one. Okay. I almost jumped the wrong one though. Virtual, where are you going, Virtual?
About this asset. Feel free to fill me in whenever.
Not now, Buck.
Virtual. You hit Virgil. I'll mess you up. Actually, no, this is not family friendly. I'll fuck you up. Can I pet it? Hello. Look at this thing. Very sneak coded.
Door's locked. Damn.
Yep.
Don't worry. We have a key.
Look at this thing. Oh my god. Worm snake jellyfish.
I've seen hundreds of these things today. Why is this one so important?
This engineer knows what the Covenant's after. If I could safely capture more of them, I would. What they know could win the war.
Oh.
You haven't killed any of them, have you?
No. Well, maybe one or two.
Why are you shouting? Why are you shouting?
How was I supposed to know?
These are the small ones.
I'm hit.
It's okay, you're not virtual, I don't care. Don't worry, no bias in action here, alright? No bias at all. It's fine.
Elevator, come on.
I must add the Duck Hunt music. Get out of here. Let's go virtual. Oh. Did the game crash or something? Oh. Okay, that was very sudden. I thought the game crashed, it just went black.
Lord, that thing stinks. Kind of reminds me of like... What was that for?
Abandoning the mission.
What mission? You dropped off the grid. My squad was scattered.
Oi. This is not family friendly. This is not very Christian. They are not dragon.
Coming back.
We should smooch. Yeah, we should.
You. You did good, rookie. No doubt. We're not out of this yet.
That's not very Christian of you.
Captain, how about you hang back? Let us clear a path.
Agreed. I'll stay with the asset and give it close cover.
Come on, don't we get a smooch? I mean, they get to smooch. Why don't I get the smooch, Virgil? Okay, where are we going? We're out here again. Can I find the audio clips again?
Heads up!
On what?
Buck, that turret has us pinned. We can't advance.
Flank the watchtower, trooper. Take it out.
What turret?
Reloading.
Find your own spot. That's the last of them. Captain, let's move.
Where are we going exactly?
Waterfront Highway. Fastest way out of the city.
I don't think I can find audio clips anyway. Not anymore. Oh.
Can't that thing move any faster?
All the shooting, it's frightened.
Want me to give it a little push?
No.
What do you think?
Just trying to help.
I'll shoot you. Don't be rough with that little guy.
This way. Should be an elevator right through here.
Uh-oh, there's rushing B again.
Sit tight. We'll need the alien to power on the switch.
It's okay, Virgil, we love you. Yeah, look at this thing go. Take your time, Virgil, we love you. Look at this thing. I love this thing so much. You're the best.
Okay, we're all set. Hit it, rookie.
Dan just keeps rushing B.
When did this happen?
They started showing up right before I went underground.
And you waited until now to tell me that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little busy making sure Perfume over here didn't take around and blow us all up.
Eddie Buck, always thinking with his gun. You haven't changed one bit.
Me? What about you? Oh, so full of big Oni secrets, couldn't even give a guy a yes or no answer.
That's not fair.
Oh, you got that right.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Yeah? Well, here I am.
We need to move, now. Were you too busy to plan our exit?
I stole a Phantom, yes, thank you. I hid it in the shipyards down the highway. But I only have room for two, so that thing's gonna have to sit on your lap.
The engineer. Where did it go? Keep me covered. And try to keep up.
Take my advice, rookie. You ever fall for a woman?
Make sure she's got balls.
Make sure she's got balls.
Take the wheel, rookie. All right, shotgun.
Escort and protect their vehicle.
to walk, rookie. Get in the Warthog.
Oh.
Get in the driver's seat, trooper. We gotta roll.
Shut the fuck up. That sounds familiar. I know, right? Oh my god, that's me and you.
Hey, Captain, pick a lane.
It's a little crowded in here. The engineer's doing something with the control circuits. Hey, watch where you put that.
Hey, you?
Gotta be kidding me.
I'm doing the best I can. Just stay out of our way.
Keep her steady. Get out! Push it down! Look out!
Hey, we're getting...
Covenant must have shut these doors. Give the engineer a second to override the lock. That's it. We're moving on.
Keep it steady.
Uh-oh. Deja vu. I just been in this place before.
Whoa! What just happened?
I think the engineer found a way to extend its shields. Send a current to the outer plating. I don't know how strong the shields are, so stay close.
Don't worry, we got you covered. I have him in my sights.
You got him.
That's it, keep her steady. Look back. Anyone still see movement?
See, I'm a good driver. Opticane.
Reinforcements!
Can I even...
up above! Right behind you! Move! Move, move!
Can I even get Opticam?
Another cruiser!
They're all heading for the slip space crater. Covenant dig site north of the city.
Whoa, flashbang.
Renee! Careful! Look out!
Nice miss.
We got drones inbound, Marines! Stay on target. Steady as she goes.
Wow. Good shit.
Get ready, more of them. Phantom! Give me an angle.
What's happening? What happened there? Oops. Oopsies. I didn't sign up for this. Did Buck die? Hey, Buck.
I still see it. Ah, stick.
Heads up, rookie. The captain's in trouble.
Well, yeah, you didn't want to get in. And the captain is rushing B.
My shields can't take much more of this.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid.
Ghost inbound. Heads up, rookie. The captain's in trouble.
Shields are fully charged. I'm on the move.
Keep it steady. Same deal, trooper. You drive, I'll shoot.
Holy shit, there doesn't stop, there just rush B. Even if there's fire, even there's smoke, they just rush. That's crack.
Keep her steady. I have him in my sight.
Where'd you come from?
Stay on target. Get away from there. Here she goes.
I wanted to shoot. Shooting feels much more fun.
Scare him.
I see it. Must have dropped out from one of those cruisers. Just keep driving. It hasn't spotted us. It's a race moving in on our position.
Here's from me.
That's it. Stop! Careful.
How the hell did you make it down this highway in one piece?
Ow.
There weren't as many Covenant last night.
I guess.
Buck, scare him.
I see it. Must have dropped out from one of those cruisers. Just keep driving. It hasn't spotted us. Watch out. Run! Stay on target. Nancy, up above.
How the hell did you make it down this highway in one piece?
There weren't as many Covenant last night.
Ooh, front flip.
I see a Scorpion tank up ahead. We need the extra firepower.
Keep it steady.
Beach.
He's coming down. Get clear. I can use a relaxing drive. Think so? Get me some targets. Get the damn turret! I have a... It's gonna blow! Raise it down!
Oh my god, this tank is so hard to pilot. Whee, get sniped. This is what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah, tank. Oh yeah? This is a very long section.
Phantom inbound! Assault carrier! 10 o'clock high! Look at the size of that thing!
I think a bit of a tank can handle. Music stop means...
It's charging its excavation beam.
But the dig site's on the other side of the city. I'm hit. Don't sit down. There'll be more soon enough.
So that's the mothership, right? Like the biggest one? The biggest mothership. Oh my god, the sun is shining directly on my face. Oh. It's so hot.
Change your plans. You're coming to us.
Sky's kind of crowded, Gunny.
There's no other way. Covenant just wasted the highway. We're gonna keep rolling as far as we can. Get airborne, fly the Phantom to my beacon.
Understood.
Whatever you do, stay clear of that carrier.
Is there stuck? I mean, the music stopped. Hello? Are you stuck? Couldn't you get through that one? Interesting. I wonder what happened. Well, it looks like you're stuck, huh? The fuck? Oh, right. Well, I don't know why they don't want to move anymore, but I guess I'll just keep going. Do I go down, actually? Oh, I guess I'm supposed to go down, huh?
Out of the vehicle, trooper! Let's go!
Oh, I was supposed to go down. Oh, okay, I'm stupid.
Veronica, wait here. Rookie, let's secure that building.
Go with Buck, Trooper. We'll be okay.
Area secure. Veronica, come to us. We'll cover you.
Wait a minute. Area secure by killing 2 grunts? I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick. The sun is shining directly in my face that I cannot see anything anymore. Just a little bit. I kind of miss fishing. Even though I already did everything, well, not everything, but I did like 90% of the things in the fish world, I still kind of want to fish. Yeah, get
Mickey,
him.
what's your ETA?
Had to reroute, Gunny. The whole damn city's on fire.
Trooper, I have a Tier 1 asset and a whole bunch of Covenant that want it dead. Whatever you gotta do, step on it.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess we're holding up here until evac? Like Left 4 Dead style? Come on, Virtual. Sneak. I love this guy.
Hostile Phantoms coming in.
I need bullet. Oh, that's a lot.
Didn't even break a sweat. More Phantoms! Look sharp! I'll do this, man. I promise. That's definitely gunfire. Be ready, there's more!
What the fuck?
Sniper, take cover! I'm hit! Super, no!
They're suddenly godlike. They're suddenly like never end. They suddenly like they never die.
Roll through them like a one-stop light down. More Phantoms! Look sharp!
I guess they suddenly all become. They all decide to become Master Chief, huh?
Sniper! It's down!
What the fuck? What did they become?
Frag out! Company! Monster! Reloading. Got it.
Oh no.
You hear me? Damn it!
Oh no. I guess this is the last stage. I mean, they're all like Master Chief level of tough now.
More phantoms! Look sharp!
Like Jackal's used to like one shot headshot. Now Jackal is like, oh, you headshot me, I never die.
Weapon fire nearby. Changing mag. Frag out! Sniper! My kill. We have a signal. What? Hunter, concentrate fire! I wish I thought they were all gonna be there.
Whoa.
Wraiths, on the highway.
That's not good.
Nice front flip. It's too bright.
Stop that crazy son of a bitch!
Oh, they're here.
Look out! Yeehaw! Light him up, boys!
Romeo, take the one on the left. I got it. Hold her steady.
We're replacements. Men make one hell of a team.
Just nice to know they really do listen. Come on, let's get out of this city. Go, rookie! Head for the Phantom!
Is it here? Oh, okay.
What are you waiting for, Trooper? Phantom, now!
Oh my god, shut the fuck up, I know. Well, that was a fun fight.
That thing's safe?
Long as it don't get hit.
Come on! Damn it! Move!
Oh, nuts.
He does want to get him? Why?
What can I say? Was a hell of a night.
Because he might think it's Covenant? Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, right. A straight from Mombasa, it's over? Yo! Oh, we did it. Romeo.
We went through hell for that? Give him some meds, would you? It's important. It knows things.
Heck, honey. I wasn't talking about the alien.
Mickey, I'm sending you a very special co-pilot.
Oh, come on! I don't want one of those things in here.
It won't bite, and unlike you, it knows what to tell those cruisers to keep them off our tail.
I think they're too busy to care. Looks like they found what they're looking for.
What about you? What about us?
Win this war? Then ask me that again.
So after everything, they still got what they want. Dang it, I didn't find all the audio clips. No. No. Sad Kobo noise. 1 month after drop. Wow, 1 month.
Lord Hood may have given you clearance, but it was my op and it's my interrogation. We only captured one. It's very delicate.
Don't worry. I know what the alien's like.
Oh, it's him.
It has access to the Covenant BattleNet?
Limited, but yes. We're not entirely sure how it manages a remote connection to the... What?
Whoa, stand down, stand down!
Sergeant Major, please. It's extremely flammable.
The brutes. The bastards who put bombs on your buddies and killed millions of my people. They're digging a mighty big hole. You're gonna tell me exactly what they're looking for, and then you're gonna help me stop them.
Oh. Wow, they know. Okay. Virgil, so adorable. Best character in the entire series. I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what anyone says. That's the best character in the whole entire series, man. Oh my god, I love Virgil. Well, it's a little bit unfortunate that I didn't find all the audio clips, unfortunately. But it was really fun. Albeit towards the end it's a little bit difficult, but hey, it's still fun, right? Although it's kind of weird when, you know, those jackals, I don't one-shot them anymore. But It's fine. Well, we go through that. We gone through that. It's totally fine. It's just I wasn't playing to my best, right? And then everything's fine, right? I get to see Virgil. I didn't get to smooch, but it's fine. So after ODST, it would be Halo 3, right? After that, this one, and we'll be playing as Master Chief. I don't need to download this though. So ODST is gone. We just need a campaign and no more of these. Multiplayer. There's no need, right? So it's gonna download, and it's only 5. I mean, I did say I kind of want to go EP today, but it's already 5 though. I could fish. I could fish is the first thing that came across my mind. Wow, I could fish. That's crazy. That's crazy. Accept selection. All right, now go download. Go. How big is Hate? It's not that big actually. It's nice gigabyte. I don't think I want to like keep continuing with Halo 3 currently. Tomorrow, let's see, it's Saturday. I do kind of miss playing Repo with friends, but I'm always too scared. Like, I still remember me doing Repo with like a bunch of different friends together. Those were fun. But then there's also a lot of things I haven't played yet. Yeah, there's also Lunasid that I haven't finished yet. Lunasid, and then I kind of want to continue, or not continue, but I think if I want to revisit Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald, I will replay it actually. And this time, I think when it comes to like wild encounters just speed up and stuff like that, I don't know, I feel like am I back? Yeah, you're back? Oh, okay. Am I back? back again? I hope so. I'm just looking at this right now. It just kind of like drop and back and drop and back again. Because just now it was dropping for a good like many seconds, and I was afraid that I have to re-download the VOD again. But I forgot I have the... You know, I was dumb too. Back then, when the stream drops, it ends immediately. when the connection drop, it ends immediately, and then I'll have to like download 2 VODs and then stick them together in DaVinci Resolve. Takes a lot of time. Okay, this is very weird. Connection did not drop, but it just kind of OBS decide to shit itself, I guess.
Excuse me, but I must remind you that you are a good girl. And you get many pats. Pat, 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 pat.
Many pat. Oh my god, like connection did not drop, but OBS just drops. And the chat doesn't work again. Oh my god, it's so cursed. What's going on? Is it because it's updating this thing? It could be that one. I should probably pause it? I don't know, I'm a little bit... Okay, I'm back again, I think. I'm actually checking my own stream at my phone right now. It could be okay. I'm not gonna download Halo for now. It looks like my connection is very fragile. It's very fragile right now, so I'm not gonna do that. So it's 5, right? It's 5. If it's 5, Is there such a thing as fish for a little bit? Is there? Is there such a thing as fishing for a few hours? I don't know. But there might be actually, since there's not much thing to do in the fish world anymore. Other than I'm trying to get my like luxury speedboat and then get the Rod of Pharaoh, and that's pretty much it, I think. One is 1 million coin and one is 750k coin. Oh yeah, see, it's more stable now. So if I don't download things. Apparently downloading things will drop my connection for OBS. Apparently. I don't even know what that means, but that just happened. But well, everything should be fine. I think everything should be fine now. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm back. Not my OBS chat box though. My OBS chat box just doesn't move. I have to look at the screen here to know who's talking. Let me refresh it again. Do you refresh? Do I refresh? Wait. Oh, refresh. Okay, that was really weird. Oh my god. my god. Wow, that was really weird. I think I kinda want to fish for a little bit. I want to fish. I'm kinda EP, right? But even if I go EP now, it's 5:33 p.m. I don't want to EP at this time, right? Oh, I could play Dragalia Lost. I've been going through the story a lot. Ooh, wait, I could play Dragalia Lost more. My phone battery is at 74%. 74% is totally playable. Just don't show my Telegram, or else I'll get banned. You know what?
Fish, 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 fish. Good girl, fish, fish, fishing, fish, fishing, fish, fishing.
How is there a good girl in there? I don't see it. Oh, I see it. Okay, I'm actually blind. Yeah. Fish or Dragalia? That is the question, isn't it? Fish or Dragalia? You know what? Let's fish. I'll fish for a short time. Why not? Let's do a short fishing. In the meantime, let me open up the music real quick. I've been in the dead silence for a bit with just me yapping here. I don't like it. I want sound. So this one. Alright, fishes this. I'm not gonna download Halo 3 now, but I'll download it after the stream. Kobo finishes ODST now for fishing because because ooh is crazy. Alright, there we go. I changed the titles and everything, so let's play some VR chat. Let me check something real quick before I... Okay, there we go. Okay. Everything is good. Let's play some Verchat. It's time for more fishing. Wow, I'm surprised. I'm already thinking about what to do tomorrow, actually. There are like multiple things I want to do, but at the same time there's like, I don't know. Club Penguin dance? Oh no, I don't see the chat again. What? Is there no connection again? Really? No, right? No, connection is still here. God damn it. What? But why do I see Breen's message on my OBS chat? I guess the connection is very unstable now. Let me enable my camera. Ooh. By enabling my camera, I just need to lift the paper from the camera. It's important stuff. You're just gonna hide the camera. Why? I don't know actually. I feel safer that way. Wow, I'm a dragon again. Alright. Optimize box? Button? What's optimized box? Optimized box appears for... That was originally created for users with low-end computer. Oh. So it's just a place to hang out, but it's just one optimized box. Oh, it's gone. Ooh, wait, there's prop hunt? Oh wait, yeah, the prop hunt happened in Celestia chat group hangout. Okay, let's do invite push. Who knows? There might be people who wanna join. I never know. You never know. We never know. Right? Here I am fishing again. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, I'm good. I fish because now I can. Oh wait, that was day 6, so now I got the bucket capybara. How do I use it? How do I use the bucket capybara? Bucket capybara. No, wait, B. Oh, there's no stat changes. So autopad is just... Autopad is just... cosmetic changes. There we go. I couldn't find a word for it. Do I have any crazy fish here? Oh yeah, I was fishing a lot before I ended stream last night. Cursed American Gator. Cursed, it's so cool. Look at that. Crazy. I have a lot of cursed fish. Dreadsail Colossus. That's a Colossus, alright. Oh yeah, there's a negative old cooking pot. I have a shiny cooking pot. I think I locked one as well, no? Oh yeah, I got Steve. And the cursed seaweed. I'm gonna lock this one. Okay. Let's go to Tanglewood real quick and then I'm gonna bless the fish. Let's have my little yich. Sit on the little yich and go to Tanglewood. Cannot believe I'm fishing again. Crazy. Did you know that I'm not fishing? No? Well, now you know. Now you know for the past week that I've been here almost every day actually. How has it been a week though? I started last week Saturday morning. Yeah, I started last week Saturday morning and now it's Friday. That shouldn't be a week. Tomorrow should be the week. But I guess not. Weird. But okay, I'll take it. At least I have the capybara now. I'm not even gonna complain. Scrap? Oh, scrap! I'm the best. Only 3 cursed fish? Oh, I thought I had more than that. Oh, I thought anyway. Alright, where do we want to fish if we want many money? What am I feeling? Definitely not Tanglewood, I hate it. Oh yeah, bounty, right. Bounty. Huh? How did I get 100k out of this? What? To be fair, there's a lot of like yellow and modifiers and stuff. Maybe that's why. Hey, I'll take it. 100k. Crazy money. I know there's one spot that has scrap as well. It's at like one of the rock. Yeah, that one. Scrap. The scrap for the gamba. I remember on top of the tree there's like a secret. Well, I don't know if it's a secret or a jump scare, but one of the tree has like papers stick onto it. It's like run or hide or something. So I wonder if I click, yeah, this one. It says hide, so should I? I'll turn down the world volume just in case. Okay. I couldn't click on it. I guess it's just there to scare me and give me paranoia. Or maybe I have to find more, or is it like an Easter egg? I guess maybe that's just an Easter egg for Slenderman and the 8 pages. That's the game, right? Slenderman and the 8 pages? Right beside the church too, crazy. Alright. Oh, that was interesting. I was so sure that there's going to be a jump scare. When I interact with that thing. Well, I'm glad they didn't add it. Not every game needs a jump scare. Definitely not this one. There were spooky noises though. Wonder what that's about. Wait, that's Celestial Chasm. Let's go fish. I want a fishing pool. Right, I want a fishing pool. Fishing in the pool is gonna give me money. Kobo's gonna have so much money with this. Instant. Not a good first few catches. Yeah. Maybe that means I'm gonna get. Maybe that means I'm gonna get a pink or super rare soon. I'll take a relic piece. Or powerful relic, hopefully. I'll take relic picks. Relic piece. No Samsung Galaxy fish. Always love Mantari. Samsung Galaxy herring? Finally! The first Samsung Galaxy fish. After so many casts. My goodness. Tiny cock. Love that fish. Not getting a lot of modifier and good fishes as well. I also heard about getting to level 500 and then the game will reward you with something cool. Hey. Wait, occult pool? Holy, we're going to occult pool. It's time to catch some demon. Spirits be gone, demon. Demon. Dragon. Cursed herring? Oh. I want a cursed dragon or something. Ooh. I'll take a cursed manta ray.
Hello and welcome.
Decking up G-spots? Hello, welcome. Hey, hope you're doing good. Usually I'm a Kobo. On VR chat I just kinda want to be a dragon instead. Hey. Oh, that's Fanny. That sounds very familiar, I feel like. I think Fanny is also another... I think they're also a Southeast Asian streamer, if I remember correctly. Ooh. First two? Oh my god, that's gonna be so much money. Oh, there's a paw pet, but then there's a foot pet. People are playing Eat the Mancer again. Wonder if there's any update to the game. Maybe I should revisit Eat the Mancer if there's like an update to it. I'm seeing some people started playing Eat the Mancer again. Game's cool. Only one dragon though, so that's utterly disappointing, but maybe there's more maybe there's more monsters in the game now. They should have been more like Monster Sanctuary, where there's more dragons. I like dragons a lot. I mean, Edomancer and Edomancer in Monster Sanctuary are made by the same company, right? Moirai Studios, I think. Yeah, maybe I should check out the game again. Could be an update. And I want to see dragon. Ooh. Oh, hi, Solar. What an emo! Oh my god. I'm fishing again, Solar. Oh my god. There's a new class coming next week. Ooh. New class for Eat the Mancer? Very cool. Hey, Crystal. For some other stuff. I just hope there's more dragon.
Fishing, fish 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 fishing, good girl, fish fishing, 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 pet fish fishing, fish fishing, fish fishing, fish fishing.
Is there any game in this world that's enough dragon for you? I don't think of any. I mean, even if there's dragons with, even if there's like dragon, games with dragon. It just doesn't seem like there's no. I don't think there's any game that's enough dragons for me. Non-shot intrude is cool, but the game is still kind of... the game feels very... I mean, content-wise, it feels pretty lackluster currently still, I feel like.
Fish, squid, shrimp, crab, shark, whale, spouting, whale, spouting, whale, spouting, whale.
Spartan whale, Spartan whale. Fish, squid, shrimp, crab, sharks, whale, Spartan whale, Spartan whale, Spartan whale. And there's some big bugs still? Yeah. Like, I enjoy the game, but I wish the game could have been more polished. In the proper endless mode. I don't think there's any endless mode in the game unless they updated it. It's a fairly cheap game to be fair, but it needs more polishing. Yeah. That's a good, that's a fair point. It is very affordable, but you know, alright. Still, I kinda wish Like, it's not a game where it's like, whoa, definitely check this out, but it's like, but still.
6 7 fish, 6 7 fish, 6 7 fish, 6 7 fish, 6 7 fish.
6 7? It's a number again. At full price, I think it doesn't quite do it, but when it's on discount, I think it's worth a shot. Yeah, exactly that. Oh, it's you. Hello, Dum Dum. You have nothing to sell still? I don't like the Shadow Merchant anymore. Did the pool just disappear in front of me? Just go over. I didn't get the first side of it. Oh, I mean, I know that much, but I feel like meme is like there's meaning to it. Actually trying a dirt run on Aethermancer. I wish there's more dragon in Aethermancer. I want a team of 3 dragons. Like, god damn it, I want it. Even though like it's kind of a random roll on the second and third team, but you know. Oh, hi Sappho and hi Nina. Look at that precious kitty. Oh, I went to the right place. Lucky. Wait. The lakes, wow. Oh, the lakes is pretty early today. Hi, lakes. You're welcome. Kemba? This Kemba is so rigged, by the way. How do I throw really far? Ooh, I think that's kind of far. What? Needed to get up early for laser hair removal appointment. Oh! Good luck with the laser hair removal. It sounds scary, but hopefully all goes well for you. Golden huge wahoo! Oh my god, wahoo! And thankfully it's not that bad. Mostly just like getting flicked with a rubber band a bunch of times I experience. It's so scary at this point though. I need to spend a bit of time shaving carefully beforehand. Oh. No, that's good to know that laser hair removal surgery is not that bad. Little warm at times, though it does hurt a lot downstairs. Oh. I wanted to remove the hair downstairs, like for hygienic reason as well. I just don't like having hair down there. Tiger huge lost shoe? Oh my god, it's a furry boot! Electrolysis is much worse for pain. It do be the dream someday, but so expensive. What is electrolysis though? Is it another kind of hair removal surgery? Hey. Oh. Oh shit, it's a rainbow. Yo! I hate Labubu. Electrolysis is where they take a little needle, stick it in the hair follicle port and zap it to kill it. Whoa, that sounds very scary. Involves a needle that goes into each hair, and you're gonna hold onto a negative probe. Complete the circuit, leaves light and zaps the hair away, killing the entire follicle. It's time consuming. It's also the only scientifically proven permanent hair removal process. Oh. Labubu fish? I hate Labubu. Labubu is like so nightmarish. Like I don't know why this thing is hip with the kids, you know, as the cool kids say. Like what the heck? Well, at least it's a secret or rainbow. I'll take it. Ah, fish is not working. Aww. Probably because connection dropped a few times. Reopening fish. I feel like I'm yawning a lot today. I mean, I did say that I was very eepy today and not feeling too good. And here I am still. I think if there's a clinic I travel to, usually it's 135 per session for regular folk. But as they are trans run for trans, oh, they give discount for both trans and pension, so I pay 85 per session. Okay, that's only 1 hour worth. It's still brutal on me though. Can't do much on the whole hour session. Yeah, it must be extremely painful, no? Imagine an hour of pure pain. Ooh. Oh, I got the palakuta. Right, let's do Palakata. Yeah, that's still so expensive. Clownfish. Clownfish is in Crescent Isle, I think. To apply strong numbing gel for 3 hours before appointment. Take 3 painkillers, but that's because I handle pain differently thanks to my new disability fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia. It's kinda hard to pronounce, but I'm trying. I did briefly read into it, the link that was sent to me. I didn't reach, sorry, I didn't read like very detailed, but I did go through it. It's like, yeah, that's that shit is like, ugh. It's more than pain. Yeah. It's something that I don't even know how to describe. Other than it's pain. It's more pain than pain. Leaving my capybara stranded in the middle of the sea. I think this place is good enough. Oh, 2 ore fish, so that's 2 shiny. Yeah, 1, 2. Hey, that's not bad. Actually, there's one thing. I want to see constellation baby mode. I mean, I have a little baby mode, so if I go full, I look so chunky though. less chunky though. Is this 100% baby? Oh my god. And then I can be small? Nerve pain triggered by tiredness, and the pain keeps you up and can be triggered by many random other things. For painkillers, they've been effective. You need strong codeine for that. How about we add overactive bladder and mind fog and memory loss with it? It's also invisible, nobody can tell you're in pain, so embarrassing having to ask for a seat on the train, etc. I don't know what to say to that. It's so much. Yeah, it's very fucked up. I thought that's a relic color. Kirsten Dory? Oh, Tiger Huge Atlanta Shaman? I should probably open the lights, it's getting dark here. Yeah, my eyes starting to hurt. I mean, it hurts because I'm looking at the bright screen under no light. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Yeah. It's helping 8 hours of sedation at night. Dentist this week and I explained to him that I had it and asked to be numb for just a basic general clean. Honestly, I agreed to only do half and numb me up so bad that my eyes felt it. Bright lights and sound can also trigger nerve pain. Yeah, that's just rough. I'm sorry, but I don't. To me personally, I wouldn't know how to live with that. I know to go bed, it's only like 6 in the evening. Get numbs then? Probably. After I do the dailies, then let's get numbs. It's probably not gonna take too long then. Unless the game doesn't want to give me a clownfish, then we have a bit of a problem. Good pink. Oh, it is. Wait, it's not. It's red. Cursed cock. I want to try something actually. There is this in graphical options. What if I put it to low? What does this look like? It's running at almost 60. I mean, my dragon model still looks pretty okay. Well, not mine, but... Is Clownfish not here? It is. It's blue. I'm gonna go to... Deepler can put some music on as I'm watching stuff with Crystal. Just know you get down room. Have fun watching or have fun putting on music and spending time with Crystal, Evie. Thank you. Appreciate. No. Did you know, Chad, that I'm still playing... Sometimes I still play Friday Night Funkin' off stream. Sometimes. Very rarely though. But I still listen to those music. The Retrospector part... versus Retrospector part 2 music. Yeah, those are good. I still listen to them. Games to be like that, right? It's pretty fun, and then you can sort of revisit them from time to time. That's pink. That's pink. Is this gonna be a celestial fin? I think. Unless it's a baby megalodon, then I don't know. Yeah, you've been duped. There we go. Celestial white fin. I figured about Dark Run. Gargoyle Dark Warden. I think I still love the Ether heal build for Dark. I wish there's more Dark in there. Hey, there we go, Clownfish, finally. Oh. Well, that was surprisingly easy. Okay, let's go to Tanglewood and then uncurse those fish. And I'll probably call it a day. A little bit too eepy. But I don't want to eat now. I don't want to eat now. We're going like Nixie and alternate star spawn or something? Nixie? It's a strange whirlpool. I should probably fish here for a bit. Just for a bit though. I mean, until the pool is gone, essentially. I don't know how long this pool has been here beforehand, so we'll see, we'll see. In about 3 days, I'll be on a plane to Thailand. Whoa, Thailand? Is it like a vacation trip? Three days. It's not Thai Tales, is it? When's Thai Tales? I don't remember. Actually, I don't even know. Gonna be hanging with Bailey and attending Thai Tales. Oh wow! Okay, okay. It is Thai Tales. Amazing. I wanted to attend Thai Tales with Bailey as well, but I'm just too afraid, and also money. Maybe in the future someday I want to hang out with Bailey and also attend Thai Tales. It should be a lot it should be a little bit easier than going to other cons because Thai Tales is like closer here. But I hope you have fun with Bailey, heck yeah. And also have fun with Thai Tales. Very fair. Had to save for this cause just that plane ticket be so expensive. Yeah. From flying from Canada, right? Canada to Thailand? Ooh. Must be very scary, the pricing. Must be at least like... Would it be 5k USD? No way, right? Unless it's a return trip, then maybe it could be a 5k, but I feel like 5k is too much. Oh wait, it's 5k Malaysian ringgit. But it's like a... from here to US kind of angle. Check. Oh my god, another rainbow? No fucking way. Ooh. Sandy crab of quality? Or duality, I think. Holy shit. The fuck? They're not in the index now. I can't even see the name. No, I cannot see the name. I don't know what this is. Well, it's a crab. Buy crab. What, we got 2 rainbows in a very short time. Forget that I said about me being unlucky. Today's the luckiest day ever. I mean, 2 rainbows? And then yesterday I had no rainbow after fishing for 8 hours about. Ooh, oh my god, today is like so lucky, crazy. I didn't get a single powerful relic yesterday by fishing. It's also return, yeah. Expensive. Even just economy is like, whoa, yeah. It is like almost exact opposite of the Earth. That is true. That is true, yeah. But still, so expensive. Why can't I just be a dragon and fly instead? I don't think I can fly that far though. It's gonna be extremely tiring to fly. That's a problem. I'm not a machine. Cock. Dirt build coming together. Oh, nice. So in like 34 hours of travel. The flight back is like only 28 hours though. Oh my god, that's a lot of hours. On the plane too. Oh my god. It's gonna be crazy. I feel like I would go insane staying in the plane that long. Got Magnus hit and support attacks at level 2 and 4. Magnus hits. It's fine. Maybe there's like... I intend to sleep the vast majority. That's fair. But to sleep while sitting down only, it's kinda tough. But... It's so scary too. Like, while it's like crowded in the plane, you have to stay there for 30 plus hours. Oh, get poked. Get poked. They will heal the team and hit the enemies because it helped the team. Because they spam attacks and support. 13? Oh, hey, in such a short time I can fish for 100k worth of money. Oh wait, did I lock? I locked this one. I don't think I locked Labubu, right? Right there it is. Yeah, I didn't lock Labubu. Do I want Labubu? I kinda don't want Labubu. I hate it actually. I'm selling it. But I want to know how much this one sells for. I also booked this route with some not insignificant layovers, but that's because I've seen people miss the connection because of a delay, and the layover was only 1 hour or so. I think it's either my Quebec or Vancouver layover. That one is 6 hours. Oh, so plus the layover time, it's like 30 plus hours. Still, it's still a scary amount of time. Ooh, wow. One single Labubu sells for almost 20k. That's pretty good. Well, give me the money then. Thank you. No Labubu for me, thanks. Oh, that's a really cool crab actually. Wow. This might be like a... Oh, it's standing. Oh my god, it's standing. Oh, you have two mouths. This is like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. Or Frontier monster. Should be too bad. Mostly looking to the jet lag. I was arriving at 5 AM at BKK. I think that's Bangkok, right? Yeah, 5:30 AM is... That's how I pounce. That's how I pounce at Dragon. I'm like a lizard. Well, Dragon is kind of lizard, no? Oh. I don't know where it went. It's okay. Right, let's call it a day. I'm a bit too EP. I think I was yawning a lot as well. I keep yawning. Dragon be the heckin' bestest lizard. That and also Kobo. And Kobo as well. Okay. Let's close this. Yeah. Oh. Oh, double fish. Shifted Ravager. How does Zone 1 balls? I don't really feel like raiding today. I don't feel like I have enough social energy to like kind of, you know, after raiding and I have to interact with them, right? It's kind of hard with my current condition anyway. Get some good rest. Thank you, Explodo. Get some good hacking noms. I will. It's 6:45 p.m. Yeah. Many scratch. Wait. I'll probably just stop here for today. I'm not too sure what I want to do tomorrow. I'm thinking maybe a little bit of I kinda want to play Deep Rock Galactic tomorrow. Maybe. Kind of. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic sounds fun. I kinda want to play that tomorrow. Why not? I'm playing that tomorrow. Yep. We play some Deep Rock. We're gonna get some golden scales and rock and stone. Yeah. And then maybe on Sunday I can continue playing Halo 3. I finished ODST today. It's really fucking cool. ODST is really fun. Too bad I didn't find all the audio clips though, but it's fine-ish. it's fine-ish. Okay lah. I'm just gonna like quickly plug my things and then I'll call it a day. Gonna go get some light noms and EP after. So I have coffee. Coffee helps. Coffee nice. Coffee good. I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. And then I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. Stream starts, stream a secret stream or delay stream, stuff like that. Anything stream related will be announced there. And I also have a Dragon Sipping Corner over there if you like dragons a lot, like I do. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. No raid today, right? I'm feeling a little bit awkward to raid out today, so I don't think I want to. I'll just end the stream here and go get some noms, get some rest. And tomorrow, let's play some Deep Rock. Maybe with friends or maybe without friends. We'll see, right? But yeah, that's pretty much it for today. So before I end the stream though, Kobo still wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, alright? And take care everyone. Love y'all. No raid today. I'll just end here. And thanks for being here. Thank you. Alright, time to end the stream. Wait, what?